a.m. here in Los Angeles. Say what? Los Angeles? Kevin, are you supposed to be in San Diego? Yes, I'll explain. Well, welcome back for another day of LAX plane spotting action right here on your home for LAX live streams. That is right here on Airline Videos Live. It is Tuesday, February 24th, 2026. Yes, I am here at the parking garage. Yes, it is indeed your Plane Jockey Kevin. Well, I was on the 405 freeway this morning making some good time until I hit the absolute worst traffic I've ever hit. 3 lanes of traffic closed down on the 405 just outside of Long Beach. I sat there and I sat there. I called our main mod, Allison. I said, hey, I'm stuck in traffic. I'm not making it for the 11 a.m. show, and I don't even know if I'm going to make it for the noon show in San Diego. So we decided to get off the freeway and make a U-turn and head back here to LAX. So don't yell at me. Don't be mad at me. I tried, but unfortunately we didn't make it here today. But we have LAX as the backup here today. So thanks you guys for tuning in. Make sure to hit that like button if you haven't yet. Welcome back. Oh, mods. Sorry, mods. Southwest heading to Albuquerque, flight 983, a 737-700, leading the pack there on taxiway Echo. By the way, North Tower has not been working since Sunday. The original frequency for North Tower is not working. I don't know if the tower went down. All north side chatter is on the helicopter, the north helicopter, the helicopter frequency. If you're looking for that, it is on the helicopter frequency. Which is 1198. 1198. JetBlue. This flight must be heading to Florida. Heading to Boston, flight 288. Good to see things are back up and running with JetBlue. A321. First arrival of the stream is WestJet flight 1020, coming from Calgary, 737-700. Of Singapore flights 1-2 on its way in here to the north side as well. By the way, I just did a live stream kind of Q&A on TikTok. A little test. Not a very good test. I'll explain here in a second. All right, off to a cold and snowy Boston. Taking off on 24 left. Not hearing much of the plane sounds here today.
Looks about 24 left on accelerator, over 1793.
All right, let's go to our first arrival, WestJet. was a WestJet 737-700 touching down 24 right. We do have a Hawaiian A330 now marching down to 24 left. Next arrival, United Express SkyWest flight 5657 coming in from Seattle. This Hawaiian A330 flight 803 heading to Honolulu.
Total 1796.
And a legend Jane with a $550 super chat through Tip Alert. Thank you so much, Jane. Awesome support. Jane says, I always love the parking garage shows. Have a great rest of your day, Kevin. Well, thank you, Jane. You know, I really am upset that I couldn't give you guys San Diego 2 weeks in a row. Just unfortunate that we couldn't get down there. I tried. I really did try. And good old LA traffic sometimes. A little accident happens, and when you close 3 lanes of traffic on the 405, forget about it. You ain't going anywhere. Thank you so much, Shane. We'll have a lot of fun here today. We'll have a lot of fun. All right, the Hawaiian A330, it's got the Lilo and Stitch still on the cowling there. I believe it still has the full livery on the port side. Of course, we won't see much of that. All right, heading to Honolulu, now rolling down at 24 left. Up next, Singapore, coming in from Tokyo, Narita, 777-300ER. Turn up those loud sounds. Sounded too quiet. Flight 1-2. I can tell you, there is no wind right now. It's a little warm. It's a little stagnant. The air is a little stagnant. If we get some winds coming off the ocean, we'll start hearing those sounds a little bit better. Next, heavy arrival, Qantas, flight 6006, coming in from Vegas, 787-9 Dreamliner. All right, I don't know what's going on with the ATC.
On the front of the bed,
This Dreamliner coming in from Vegas, flight 6006 is the flight number. I'm gonna have to work on ATC because all I'm hearing are the pilots. I'm not hearing the control tower.
On a 6006 heavy, crossing 24 left at Yankee. Continue Yankee, hold short Charlie.
Cross 24 left at Yankee. Continue Yankee, hold short Charlie. On a 6006.
There we go. That's a little bit better.
On a 6006 heavy, at the checkpoint, ground 12175.
12175. On a 6006.
So like I said at the top of the show here today, since Sunday, the normal North Tower frequency has been down. There's just nothing there. Yesterday I had to fix it for the 24-hour live streams, and I went through the list of different options and came across the helicopter channel, and bingo, there it was. So north side ATC, they're on 1198. That is where the north side is, as the normal north side of frequency. There's just nothing there. Kennedy with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Kennedy. He says, hey, Kevin, Lufthansa revealed that the A380 is painted in the 100 years livery, just like the A350. Hope the king will visit LAX one day. Well, I can guarantee we'll see that here at LAX. I haven't seen any photos of it. Of course, I was stuck in traffic most of this morning. That is good news. Green Air Queen heading up, heading back to Seoul.
On a 6006, contact ground 12175.
Flight 18. I'm making that turn onto taxiway Echo. So I did a little Q&A just to see if TikTok would work again, and things were going great. People were tuning in, and I kept on mentioning. No, I mentioned two things. Two things I mentioned. See the shirt I'm wearing? People were asking about, is that you on the shirt? I said, yeah, it's my Holy Moly shirt. So I mentioned that and said you can find it at shopavl.com. So it's either two things. What I'm trying to tell you is they didn't ban me, but they cut the reach on my stream. A pop-up popped up on the stream after I mentioned YouTube a little too much and Shop AVL just a few times. Said because you announced links outside of TikTok, we are now limiting the reach. And I said, you gotta be kidding me, really? Well, that's not how your Plane Jockey Kevin works in the world of social media. YouTube would never sit there. If I said TikTok, Shop AVL, they would never limit the reach of us. I have a big problem with that. TikTok, you're on my naughty list once again. Sorry I'm not on TikTok. selling shoes like everyone else. That ain't gonna happen, and I'm certainly not gonna shop all the items at Shop AVL on your app as well. But ridiculous, ridiculous TikTok. Yeah, no thanks. You know, the agency said TikTok is number 2 in importance for, I'm sorry, number 3. YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok. They said those are the top 3 important social media channels. I'm going to go back to them and tell them exactly what happened here today and say, you know what, TikTok, you can take it. I ain't going to take it.
Yankee cross 24 left, ground point 4, no, 2102, good day.
Alex is becoming a silver member here today. Welcome to the channel, Alex. All right, the Green Air Queen at number 2 for takeoff. The Delta flight heading to SFO, flight 2272, 737-800. Yes, Russell, I was going to, let me get it on screen here.
Wind calm, runway 24 left. Clear for takeoff, RNAV Delray.
From Russell, Kevin, did you hear Jerry from Big Jet TV had a second stroke today from his recovery from heart valve surgery last week? His recovery is not going well. Let's all pray for a speedy recovery. Yes, thank you for bringing that up. I was going to bring it up at some point here today, Russell. A lot of you guys have been emailing me this morning telling me that he did have a second stroke. I wasn't aware of that. I heard the news from last week. In fact, we talked about that on the Sunday show. But I wasn't aware of the new developments. Certainly our thoughts and prayers go out to Jerry and Jilly.
5065 LA departing 24 right, clear flight caution, Children's Heavy will depart to airport. Delta 867 LA Tower, are you ready enough for Mobile or Echo 7?
Echo 7 works, Delta 867.
Plane 018 Heavy, hold short of plane 24 left at Echo 6.
Plane 018 left at Echo 6, correct, 018.
Delta 867, 24 left at Echo 7, line up and wait.
24 left, Echo 7, line up, wait, Delta 867.
All right, so I'm going to let that A321neo cut in front of the Queen.
Delta 867, 24 left at Echo 7, clear for takeoff, RNAV Delray.
Okay, 24 left, Echo 7, cleared for takeoff. And then if the Korean can move a little bit forward, that would be great.
Plane 018 Heavy, taxi forward 5 speed, hold short on 24 left.
Okay, taxi for the 563, 018.
Delta 2272,
Move it, Queen! You're taking up too much space there on the Echo.
Delta 867, RNAV to Delray, 24 left, clear for takeoff.
That A321neo is a flight heading to Orlando, flight 867. That will head to Orlando.
Train 018 Heavy traffic departing Docksville, full load, turning 24 left, line up and wait.
Line up and wait, runway 24 left, flying to Korea, 018.
And we'll allow the Queen to now line up. Like I said, once the winds maybe start picking up here, there is no wind currently at the moment. So I think once the winds start showing up, we'll hear a little bit more of the airplane noise as they take off.
Train 018 Heavy, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff, RNAV Delray.
I'll let the delay, clear takeoff, runway 24 left, Korea, 018.
She is cleared for takeoff.
5065, 24 right, clear to land, caution, make turbulence, Heavy will depart airport.
right, clear for land.
Delta 867, contact southbound departure.
Roger, good day, Delta 867. Tower 765, there's a Mylar balloon, about 6 mile final travel.
Delta 65, Roger, range 120.
Mylar balloon being reported from a pilot heading here to the north side. I've been hearing a lot of those lately. All right, the Queen now heading to Seoul, rolling down to 24 left.
Latest information, Charlie, current LA altimeter 30068 is Charlie. Starting 330, waiting for traffic, stop complex, caution wait turbines, runway 24 left, line up and wait.
Line up and wait 24 left, caution wait turbines, southwest 9230.
Heavy LA Tower, runway 24 right, clear flat. Previous arrival, reported Mylar, balloon around the 4 mile 180 eastbound.
So the balloon heading eastbound.
018 Heavy, contact southbound departure.
Contact southbound departure, radio 018
Stay.
That was a CRJ SkyWest landing 24 right. Network with a $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Network. Says the Lufthansa A380 100 delivery is out. And of course, we don't have the A380 currently here at LAX. This will be about another month before we get it back here. But it's great to hear that it's out.
5065,
The ATC is wonky today. Cathay Pacific Flight 884 coming up from Hong Kong at 777-300ER. Running, boy oh boy, almost 2 hours late here today is the next arrival. I know a lot of you guys are tuning in. A lot of you guys are tuning in expecting San Diego here today. I was on the road to San Diego this morning, got up nice and early. There was an accident on the 405, shut down at 3 lanes outside of Long Beach. Traffic was backed up all the way just north of Carson. I wasn't getting anywhere quick. The time was ticking by. So I wasn't going to make it for the 11 o'clock show in San Diego, and it looks like I may not even have made it for the noon. So I decided to make a U-turn and head back here to LAX to at least get the show on the air by 11. So plan B here at LAX. I promise I'll give you San Diego soon. It just was not in the cards here today, unfortunately, because of a traffic accident on the 405. Running 2 hours late here today. The flight coming from Hong Kong.
South 2330, contact southbound departure.
North Southwest 93.
Oh, yeah, boy. Well, it was a deadly accident on the 405. Yeah. I didn't realize that. Thanks for the update there, Kathy.
Cathay 884, heavy crossing 24 left at Yankee, contact ground point 4.
Number 24 left 5.
Next arrival is a flight coming from Orlando, Delta Airlines Flight 504, A321neo, as Cathay will now cross over 24 left.
Delta 1684, contact Southbound departure.
SoCal Delta 1684, closing.
Delta 504 LA Tower, caution rate turn is heavy 777 on that is at 260 at 6, turn to 24 right, ready to land.
CRJ 200 that landed before the Cathay, also making that turn on to Echo. That flight was coming in from Prescott, Arizona, SkyWest, flight 5065, United Express. Looks like we got KLM, flight 601 coming in from Amsterdam, a 7710 Dreamliner, 9 minutes out. AZ Planes gifted 1 Airline Videos Live membership. Thank you so much, AZ Planes. But you had a night there at Phoenix Sky Harbor last evening, didn't you? Man on, I don't know, did he actually, he was ran out, I believe it was on the west side, just to the right of the sevens. Reported man. Was he running, walking? He was trying to get some pilots' attentions at one point. Anyway, they got the guy running out near the runway. I don't think he ever got on the runway. Maybe he did.
Police 18, take it.
Oh, he actually did run on the runway? Boy, oh boy. You know, I went back and listened to the ATC. So, pilot contacted the tower and said, hey, do you guys know about this guy to our right? The plane was about to take off on 7 left. And ATC said, no, we don't know about some guy. So they sent ops out there. And the police as well, so the tower wasn't aware until an aircraft was about to take off. All right, we'll go to the A321 Neo, coming in from Orlando, next arrival.
Southwest 4518 short of 2 left.
So 4518 LA Tower, we're waiting for traffic. Satellite Airport.
Roger.
Friend Nancy there in Michigan, Nanny Needles with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Nancy. Hope you guys are doing okay there in Michigan.
Delta 504, turn left at Yankee, cross train 24 left, contact ground point 4.
We do have KLM heading here to the north side. We'll be following United Express, SkyWest, flight 5851, coming from Aspen and Echad up next. Hey, by the way, there's a JSX ATR 42600 heading to Scottsdale. On the radar over there at Santa Monica. Should be taking off at noon. We'll take a look to see if we see it flying above us here. That was a cool shot that we got on Sunday. Not the special livery one here today. I'm gonna have to go over to Santa Monica and give you guys a pop-up stream over there so we can see some of those ATRs. Southwest flight heading to Kansas City. Flight 4518, a 737-800. A little quiet. I kind of expected things to be a little bit quiet. In fact, I thought things were going to be really quiet there in San Diego today. Of course, starting yesterday, KLM now has year-long service there in San Diego. So it started yesterday, year-long service, not seasonal anymore. So KLM bringing the 787-9 Dreamliner into San Diego today. That would have been the highlight of the day in San Diego. Don't worry, we'll get back there. Of course, the traffic held me back here today. But I was fully expecting the things to be really quiet down there. Now it could be quiet here at LAX. It's going to be even more quiet down there. Lots of flight cancellations there on the East Coast, as well as Mexico too. So I was expecting a slow day, and of course I can already tell today's probably going to be a little slow here as well. So sit back, relax, have me on as some background. We may not see anything super stellar here today, but it is LAX. You just never know what you're going to see. Isn't that the truth? Yes. Second Southwest heading to Dallas Love Field. Flight 1194, another 737-800. All right, the internet, everything's acting funky here today. The ATC is acting funky. The internet is acting funky. I'm not acting funky. I'm just a regular old plane jockey here today. Boston Bruins girl 37 says, haven't been able to leave my apartment for 2 days there in Boston. Oh boy. Again, this flight heading to Kansas City, flight 4518, a 737-800. Let's go to our AGL arrival. Be followed by KLM. KLM up next for arrival as the flight to Kansas City rolls down to 24 left. Flight to Dallas Love Field up number 2 for takeoff.
Heading 230, negative takeoff, 24 left, stop at 734. Skywest 3840, another tower on 24 left, final point. 24 left, final point, Skywest 3848. And 50 at 51, hold short, runway 24 left. Hold short, runway 24 left, Skywest.
KLM. Short final.
LA64, the car heavy Dreamliner, 1 mile final contact service, runway 24 right, go to land.
Go to land, full right, LA64. Yankee Kevin, 601. Southwest 794 next, contact departure.
Next arrival is the flight coveted from SFO, United Airlines flight 1164. It's an A320. KLM and that E-Jet now cross it over at 24 left. Start to fly heading Salt Lake City, flight 1194, 737 to 800. Let's go to the flight committed from SFO at next arrival. Now, Kermit is only on the A321 Neos. It has a lot to do with the windows on the A321 Neo with United. Kermit the Frog is what we call it. Next arrival here on the north side, United Express SkyWest, flight 51 to 23, coming up from St. George, Utah, CRJ 200 LR. Followed by American Eagle SkyWest, flight 6262, coming in from SFO on an E-Jet. Followed by JetBlue, flight 2801, coming in from Fort Lauderdale on an A321. In terms of heavy action, Delta Flight 8, coming up from Tokyo Haneda, A350 900. Running about just over an hour late here today, still 13 minutes out. KLM now heading to the west gates. St. George, Utah is where the CRJ is flying in from. Another Southwest flight lining up. This one heading to Chicago Midway, flight 2268 at 737 800.
5123, turn left on Victor here, low delay please, cross point super left on Echo, down 14.4.
Left on Victor, cross point super left on Echo, down 14.4.
American Eagle coming in from SFO and up next. We've got some movement on a heavy AeroMexico, the flight to Mexico City. Starting its taxi, should stay here on the north side. That thing looks like it's being towed away. Yeah, it's not going anywhere. I wonder if that flight was canceled. Next arrival is JetBlue Flight 2801, committed from Fort Lauderdale, and A321, followed by Air Canada. Flight 552, committed from Vancouver, and a 737 MAX 8. By the way, also bad news here today at LAX. No Lufthansa Queen here today. I think it officially ends. This is the last week of no Queen Tuesdays at LAX. We do have the Munich flight, but not the Frankfurt flight. We'll be coming back starting next week. Oh, finally got some wind blowing through here now. Next arrival is Air Canada Flight 552, committed from Vancouver, 737 MAX 8. Got that A350 flight committed from Tokyo Haneda. On the downwind leg will be arriving here on the north side in about 6 minutes. That is Delta. A little mellow of a live stream here today. That's all right. That's all right. Right? You got me here. You're here. We're all here together at the airport. It may not be the busiest of all days, but that's all right. Right? I certainly hope so. Next arrival, Alaska Horizon Flight 2493, coming from SFO. It's an E-Jet. Bev says Mellow is good. Joni says Mellow is awesome. Freddie O says it's all good. Pipe Organ says Uncle Kevin stories, question mark. Well, you always got to give me a topic to talk about. You find a good topic. I always have a story for something. That's the way my life has always been. Delta 737 rolling down to 24 left. Mike D says, just don't talk about the weather. All right. I won't talk about the weather. It's a little hot.
2493, hold short, runway 24 left.
But the wind is now finally kicking up. It was no wind at all, a little stagnant. Maybe that AeroMexico jet is going to head out. Arizona Rails asking what was your favorite moment working in TV news? Gosh. Favorite moment? I'm sure there's a moment. I'm sure I just can't remember what it is. Favorite moment. I have no idea. I have to think long and hard on that one. Favorite moment of my TV news career. There are moments that pop up in my mind. Of course, I've talked a lot about them, but I'm sure there's some moments that I haven't talked about, but I have to get deep down in my mind to remember what those are. Of course, they have to be exciting to share. What was that moment? Oh, Joni is bringing up that Christmas story. See, there's. Maybe you need to find a better topic. I think Arizona Rails. I think that's too broad of a topic. What was your favorite moment? Because Joni, that whole Christmas story moment, by asking a question, responding to it, opened up a floodgate of other things. That's how it usually happens. You ask me a question, and then I start responding to that, and then bing, something pops in my mind. I'm like, oh yeah, you remember that one time? All right, so I guess AeroMexico is heading out of here. Flight 647 heading to Mexico City in the 787-8 Dreamliner. Next arrival, American Airlines Flight 824 coming from Philadelphia, A321 Neo, followed by that Delta A350-900 coming from Tokyo Haneda, Flight 8. BC Lawn Party asking what are the effects of the cartel activity on Mexico flights? Are things getting back to normal? I'll be honest with you, I haven't seen any noticeable difference. Of course, our next arrival is coming up from Philadelphia. We've had a Boston flight. Nothing from New York just yet, but it seems like things will start getting back to normal today. I was cleaning up the office yesterday and I stumbled across a couple of gift cards some of the mods gave me for my birthday. I want to say like 3 or 4 years ago. They were to the airplane shop there in Vegas. There was 2 cars, 2 gift cards. One was for $100, the other one was for $50, and it's been sitting in the office. I want to say that was 3 or 4 years ago. 3 years at least, if not 4. Do you guys remember that? The mods? It was like they were tied onto like a white little tree. If you guys remember that, I had a bunch of gifts on there. Remember that? The white tree full of gifts. Anyway, those gift cards were sitting, they've been sitting in the office for, I want to say, well, it'll be 4 years in April. I think it was 4 years. If not, it was 3. Anyway. Oh, Allison said it was 2 years ago? No. Really? Only 2? All right, then it was at least 3. I don't think it was 2 years ago. I think it was 3. Anyway, I said, I wonder if these are still good. I actually didn't know how much was on there because I never took the, there was a tag that was attached to it, and I finally took the tag off, and one was 100, one was 50. So anyway, I went shopping at the airplane shop yesterday. I bought 2 models, 1 in 200 scale. I got the Southwest Amua 1, and I got the Southwest Freedom 1. All free. Free shipping. Thanks for mods. 2-3 years later. Happy birthday to me. Alright, the AeroMexico Dreamliner rolling down to 24 left. Hello. In this flight heading to Mexico City, a 787-8 Dreamliner.
Delta 8 Heavy, hold short of runway 24 left at Yankee.
Alright, hold short at 24 left at Yankee.
Latam Dreamliner being brought over, looks like they're heading to Terminal 2. Stop the flight heading to Detroit, flight 802 A321 Neo. Almost, in fact, I had it in the cart. I almost got the Emirates NBA A380 model. But then I would have had to pay an extra $70. I said, forget about it. And I don't have the room for that anyway. So I ended up getting some smaller models, the 737 1 in 200 scale. They'll look nice with the collection. Oh, and by the way, Ryan, hello. Ryan, who had his eBay, the America West 737-100 in the Phoenix Suns livery, if you guys remember on Sunday. He had it listed on eBay. I bought it. It's officially mine. I haven't gotten it yet, but he says it's on its way. It'd be nice. Starting to get an America West collection going on. Russell, are you still in the chat? You know, Russell gifted me a couple of years ago a 1 in 200 scale America West in the updated livery. I think it was an A320 with Russell's photo on the package. That's part of my America West collection, Russell.
Southwest 996, cross point 2 for left, hand takeoff 165. Cross for left, down on the other side, Southwest 996. Sorry, ground's on 114 today, 121.4. 114, no problem.
Yes, they're changing all frequencies. Ground also changed here today as well.
Southwest 963, contact departure, good day.
That Southwest flight that just arrived, coming in from Oakland, flight 996, 737-700. Up next, the Southwest 737-700, coming in from Denver, flight 2406. That officially takes us to the top of the hour once again. It's officially afternoon here in a beautiful, warm Los Angeles, California. You're watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting action right here on your home for LAX live streams. It is right here on the Airline Videos Live. It is Tuesday, February 24th. 2026. I am your plane jockey Kevin here at LAX. If you guys are just joining us here today, we were originally going to be in San Diego, that very classy city south of us here of Los Angeles. Unfortunately, there was a serious deadly car accident on the 405 freeway, which shut down 3 of its lanes in the early morning rush hour, which meant you weren't getting anywhere this morning. I really did try. At some point, I had to turn around to make it back up here to LAX for the 11 o'clock start time. So that's why we're back here at LAX. I apologize, no San Diego here today, but out of my control. So we'll do it again very soon, I promise. But thanks you guys for tuning in. Just getting started here today. Back at good old LAX. A lot of you guys also, on a serious note in the chat, talking about our friend Big Jet Jerry. He had surgery just over a week ago for his heart. He's been having some complications. Apparently, he had another stroke today. Still waiting to hear on any update, but thoughts and prayers with Jerry, Big Jet Jerry, over there in the UK, and of course, Jilly as well. Hope you guys are somewhat doing okay. We're all thinking of you. Thoughts and prayers heading your way as we continue on here with a little bit of plane spotting action here in Los Angeles. That's an E-Jet heading to Bozeman, Delta Connection, SkyWest Flight 4062. Our next arrival, Delta Flight 829, coming from Salt Lake City. It's at 7:57 at 200. Looks like we also have on the pond the Dreamliner heading back to Tokyo Narita. Should be heading up here for north side at takeoff.
46 going up LA, runway 2 for left, over takeoff.
On the LA 2 for left, over takeoff, 46.
safety and approved as requested.
Go to the Delta 757 and 200 up next.
That's 4066, I think the plus one.
On the pond, the Dreamliner 787-9 Dreamliner heading back to Tokyo Narita. They're on Echo.
Delta 29 cross, 24 left, contact ground 121.4. Okay, cross 24 left and 121.4. Really south Delta 29. Thank you, we're at South 165, so for transition stuff. Okay, it had me thrown off for a second over there. 21.4, thanks.
Oh, look at this. Louisiana 1. We haven't caught this updated livery on the, I believe it's on the MAX, 737 MAX 8. Caught it plenty of times when it was on a 737-700.
Southwest 1011 LA Tower, only two for left, line up away.
Line up and wait, runway 2 left, Southwest 1011.
Louisiana 1 on a 737 MAX 8. I gotta tell you, of all their special flag, state flag liveries, I think this one actually looks better on an extended version. It looked a little cramp on the 700. On the pond in that Dreamliner heading back to Tokyo Narita.
Southwest 1011, contact departure, bye-bye. Departure, Southwest 1011, J.
Louisiana 1 heading to St. Louis, flight 1011.
208 on that Del Rey, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff. On up to Del Rey, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff, 1.5.
Everyone off to go see Punch the Monkey. Boy, the lines to go see Punch the Monkey there in Tokyo. Waiting hours and hours just to get a glimpse of little Punch and his orangutan stuffed animal. IKEA still sold out of the orangutan stuffed animal. I tried to get one. All right, little turn and burn action for this Dreamliner. You know, I asked Rudy on Sunday, I'm like, Rudy, have you seen the videos about this monkey called Punch? He knew nothing about Punch the monkey. So I had to explain it to him. And now I see on its Instagram this morning, that's all he's retweeting, resharing Punch stories on his Instagram. Someone got into the monkey business. Next arrival here on the north side, Southwest Airlines flight 3785, coming up from St. Louis, 737-800. From John sent me a photo of the new Lufthansa A380. Oh, isn't she a beaut? Thanks, John. The big Q, Qatar Airways flight 739, coming up from Doha, A350 1000, 8 minutes out, will be a north side arrival.
Let me know when you're ready.
Oh, Teresa said Punch was on the Today Show on Monday? How did they get Punch on the Today Show?
South of 3785 LA Tower 1 and 24 right for the land.
Why don't the other monkeys like Punch? He looks a lot different than the other monkeys. Have you noticed that? I don't know if it's just because he's so young. The color of his fur is a little bit different. The color of his face a little bit different too. I don't know if that's just because he's a young little monkey. I don't know. We all needed a monkey called the Punch in our lives, didn't we? We needed a cute little distraction, something to make us shed a tear. At least that's what I say. I needed a distraction. WestJet flight 1103 heading to Vancouver, 737-800.
Westjet 1103, Westjet 1103 on FL Ray, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff. FL Ray, 24 left, clear for takeoff, Westjet 1103.
Yeah, well, eventually one of the monkeys gave Punch a hug.
Delta 4113, LA Tower number 2, runway 24 right, clear to land.
Southwest flight coming in from St. Louis. Next arrival, 24 right. Got the big Q, the A350-1000, the flight coming in from Doha, about 5 minutes out. Next arrival is Delta Flight 2153, coming in from SFO at 737-800, followed by Southwest coming in from San Jose, Flight 165.
24 left at Victor, ground point 4, Southwest 3785.
Those flowers, poppies popping out between the runways once again. I'll be honest with you, I'm surprised my allergies are not going super crazy. Springtime here in the Southland. Lots of rain this year, so there's going to be massive wildflowers popping up all throughout the Southland. Well, they really pop out. If you head toward Temecula on the, I think it's off the 15. Boy, lots of poppies out in that area. Of course, Palmdale, Lancaster, another great place to go see the poppies.
Delta 1884, like Tower, flight's been fully ready. Delta 1884, runway 24 left, and clear for takeoff on
Joni, your super tissues are long gone.
Gardner, Victor Heavy, LA Tower, winds 2.08, runway 24 right, clear to land.
It's Delta flight heading to Cabo, flight 1884, 737-900ER. Next arrival, Alaska Horizon, flight 9988, coming up from SFO, followed by the big Q. Oh, I forgot to mention, kind of the elephant in the room here today. runway 24 right will be closed between the hours of 2 and 3 o'clock here today. So all arrivals and departures on the north side will be happening on 24 left. So we'll have some flyover action. It'll be kind of like San Diego here today. So again, that is between the hours of 2 and 3. 24 right closed down for the monthly maintenance. They closed it down overnight as well as they clean the runway of all that rubber. The big queue up next for arrival. It's the big queue coming up from Doha, A350 1000.
With 2975 LA Tower, caution service, you have a heavy Airbus, winds 2.09 knots, running 24 clear to land. 24.
Touching down at 24 right, the big queue. Qatar Airways A350 1000. I also have something coming up this weekend. Should be ready by Sunday. Our behind the scenes, that is the live stream, behind the scenes live stream of our broadcast. Usually we have it up for any special events or the big Sunday show. It's going to have a new look. It's a new look on Sunday. We'll debut it on Sunday. Changing things up here a little bit here on the broadcast. Flight heading down 24 left, heading to Austin, Texas. Delta Airlines flight 986, the 737-900ER. Yes. Someone trying to get my attention.
Qatar Airways, Victor Heavy, cross running 24 left at Yankee. So if you need Yankee, hold your Charlie.
Let's go to our next arrival as the big queue crosses over at 24 left.
Delta 986, traffic, so call departure.
Good day, Nancy.
Partner, Victor Heavy at the checkpoint, contact ground point 7.
heading, looks like it's going to use the, it's going to go straight, use that bridge route over to the south side. Plane, trains, and things, gifting 5 airline videos live memberships. Thank you so much, Plane, trains, and things. Of course, you're the best screen name for our San Diego shows. I almost to get back down there. Unfortunately, couldn't get down there today because of a deadly accident on the 405. I tried my best. I wasn't moving anywhere. So instead, I made the U-turn, headed back here to LAX. I think I can guarantee you I'd still be on the freeway at this point. That is a Delta 767-400ER heading to Atlanta, flight 446, pushing it back. Next arrival is a heavy United Airlines flight 38 coming up from Tokyo Haneda, 787-10 Dreamliner. Looks like Qantas heading to the south side today. Camera shy for the north side action. Terry M. with the $2 Super Chat. Thanks so much, Terry. Says Kevin, thanks for the parking garage show. A favorite. Well, not a bad plan to be here today, right? We'll be back high atop the Ichitala for Thursday's show. And then we'll be back at an Imperial Hill once again for Sunday. Kind of getting back to our regular schedule.
3690, cross 24, left of Victor, contact ground point 4.
United Dreamliner coming from Tokyo Haneda. Up next for arrival. I was thinking, in the last 24 hours, I was thinking, Kevin, the agency told you, Kevin, how important TikTok is to your channel, Kevin. So I was thinking yesterday, on top of doing a lot of things for the channel, I thought, Kevin, why don't you go back out and try to do a vertical live stream with the professional gear on TikTok? Why don't you give it a try? I'm sitting here thinking now I probably got banned from TikTok again because I said YouTube on the Q&A that I did. A simple Q&A. That's all I did before our live stream here today on TikTok. Just me, a microphone, and an iPhone. That was it. And TikTok, because I said YouTube or shopavial.com, whatever which one it was, upset TikTok. And basically a screen popped up and said, your reach has been cut. I went from 150 people watching, which is not a lot, but I really haven't gone live there very much, to 30 people in a matter of seconds. And I really don't like that a social media app like that can censor people. I'm not into censorship. In fact, a lot of people come into our chat sometimes and say some weird things in the chat, and there's a lot of stuff that gets deleted that just first of all shouldn't be in the chat to begin with. But I've also told our mods, our great mods, I said we are not censors. We do not censor people. So some people have a right. Someone comes into the chat and says, Kevin, you really are just not good at this. They have every right to say that. They have every right to say that. Now, some channels, they'll go in there and they'll delete it. Any negativity, doesn't matter if it's really bad or just a matter of opinion, doesn't matter. They'll delete it. You'll find that on most channels. I've told my mods, don't delete. People have every right to say, if I'm not good at this, or someone's not good at whatever, they have every right to say that. But don't censor. We're not here to censor people's opinions. Now, they can come in and use a swear word and say, Kevin, you're really beep, beep, beep. That needs to be deleted. But an app like TikTok should not be limiting my ability of doing a job by saying YouTube or shopapl.com, because it's not something that TikTok can control, so they control you instead. And I don't believe in that. I don't like that one bit. I'll give it a try again. Our home is always going to be here on YouTube.
424, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff, RNAV Del Rey.
RNAV Del Rey, clear for takeoff, 4 left, JetBlue, 421.
We're doing that Delta 767 at 400 ER, making that turn on the Echo. Plane, Trains, and Things, back with the $10 Super Chat. Thanks so much, Plane, Trains, and Things. This is LAX, always a favorite. AVL is great anywhere. Well, thank you, Plane, Trains, and Things. Plan B, not too bad. Next arrival is Delta Flight 2769, coming from Seattle, 737-800. Now flights 767 heading to Atlanta. Try not to talk over these 767s. I have another United Dreamliner coming from Tokyo to Narita, flight 33, running about 2 hours late, 6 minutes out. North side arrival. Emirates A380 Super just 21 minutes away. Qantas, that A380 Super landing on the south side. You can catch that arrival, if you really need to see it, on our 24/7 live stream from high atop the Edge Hotel over there on our sister channel, Airline Videos Live Plus. Of course, we got you covered on north and south side from high atop the Edge Hotel.
Delta 446 Heavy at Lake County, fully ready.
LA Tower 446 Heavy, ready to go.
Delta 446 Heavy, on 24 left, line up and wait.
The 446 Heavy, minus wing on 24 left.
All right, ready to go, heading to Atlanta.
Delta 446 Heavy, RNAV
Once again, if you guys are just joining us here today, since Sunday, the normal ATC North Tower channel has been down. All communications on the 24s on the helicopter channel, which is 1198. 1198 is being utilized for the North Tower. Another Delta 767 pushing back from Terminal 2.
Scale is 49, cross range 24 left at Victor, contact ground point 75.
Yeah, left on Victor, contact ground point 75, go 49.
So that Delta 767-300ER, the one that just pushed back, is flight 951 heading to JFK. JFK opens up. It was closed yesterday. In fact, the news reporters with the networks doing their live hits from the TWA hotel right next to the swimming pool. I talked to my mom this morning. She goes, "Oh, I was watching the network news. There was something happened at the TWA hotel." I said, "What?" She goes, "They were reporting there." I said, "Yeah, they were just reporting about the airport with the snow." She had me concerned. Anyway. All right, up next, United Airlines Flight 33, exhibited from Tokyo Narita, 787-9 Dreamliner, 2 minutes out, just under 2 hours behind here. Also, Air France Flight 22, exhibited from Paris, at 777-300ER, 11 minutes out, looking like it might be a north side arrival. Of course, you got the Emirates A380 Super heading here to the north, just 15 minutes away. Yeah, it's a little hazy. Is it pollution here today? I wouldn't say it's pollution. It's hazy. There's a lot of moisture in the air. It's not really pollution. I'll be the first to tell you if it's pollution. I'm not seeing, even with my sunglasses on, I'm not seeing any dark. It's the typical haze. Good haze is white. Bad haze is brownish. And there's some days where you can see the brown haze, and I don't see any brown haze here today. It's all just white haze, which is it's the moisture in the air. You know, we have this big Pacific Ocean next to us. It's good for the skin. I think it was clearer yesterday. Yesterday was a much clearer day. Today, not as much. All right, let's go to the Dreamliner. Next up, it was a great day on that Sunday as well. Had a good big Sunday show for you guys there on the south side. We had a lot of fun and good conversations as well between the plane jockeys there at Imperial Hill. Saw that Lufthansa Queen going around. Wasn't that something?
24 left, line up and wait.
Line up and wait, runway 24 left, crossable cross, Western 1023.
In fact, on Sunday, it was so crowded there at an Imperial Hill, lots of plane spotters, lots of families just hanging out, that, in fact, you can hear it. If you go back and watch the replay of the stream, of course, we posted the video of the Lufthansa go-round from Imperial Hill and all of our social media. You can hear it in the background, people actually cheering the go-around. That's when you know you're surrounded by some real true av geeks. Apparently some people commented on those social media posts that they were on the plane, that now I don't know if this is true or not, but a couple of different people said they were on the plane. They said that the pilot, it was a flock of birds, and that was why the missed approach go around there on Sunday. So people, I guess, on the plane saying that the pilot came on the overhead and said it was a flock of birds. I don't know. It was a very very steep go-around. In fact, at one point I looked over at Rudy and said, is she okay? All right, that Delta 767 at 300 yard, now officially on Echo, heading down for north side at takeoff. Yeah, I don't know if you guys, it's kind of hard, you know, when I zoom in, it's kind of hard for you guys to kind of see how steep that angle was, but even if I would have pulled out a little bit farther out, it would have been hard for you guys to see it, but I gotta tell you, that was the steepest go-around that I've seen. All that for a flock of birds, so I don't know. I guess I could ask Felix. I'm sure word has gotten around. Alright, looks like Air France heading to the south side, more than likely because Emirates is on its way in.
Delta 951 heading fully ready. Gotcha.
Hello, Tina Marie. Tina's working and lurking. I'm going to pull from the 7.6. We do have the Emirates A380 Super. And the downwind leg will be arriving here in about 6 minutes here on the north side, 24 right. The 7.6 heading to JFK.
Delta 895 LA, caution, weight 777 600, 23010. 23010 and 24 left. Clear for takeoff. RNAV Del Rey.
RNAV to Del Rey, clear for takeoff, 24 left, Delta 951.
All right, clear for takeoff heading to JFK. Definitely get the wind in now. The wind cooling things off a little bit. Of course, pushing the sound toward us as well. Kind of a mixture of clouds, high clouds, sun. Kind of a day. Next arrival is Delta Flight 895, Kevin from Atlanta, 737-900ER. Should be followed by the Emirates A380 Super. A little too hazy out here. I wish it was a little clearer. I could zoom all the way out to the east. Up next is the Emirates A380 Super.
Emirates A380 Super LA Tower, 24 right, bridge landing. A380 Super, keep your discretion, wind 24010.
Discretion, we're going to need you a little bit today.
A380 Super, approved. Delta 895, palm 324 left out whiskey, contact ground point 4.
Right, on whiskey cross 24 left ground point 4, good day, Delta 895.
That is the Emirates Flight 215 coming up from Dubai. The A380 Super up next here on the north. Cool breeze coming off the ocean. come. Crossover 24 left. There is nobody lined up.
Skywards 134 Foxtrot, contact SoCal departure.
Departure, good day, Skywards 134 Foxtrot.
Emirates A380 Mike Super, cross running 24 left at Zulu, contact ground point 4.
At Zulu, cross running 24 left, and contact ground
Mountain Rivera there in the chat says, I can't imagine sitting in coach for 13 hours. I can't imagine either. No, thank you. The A380 will cross over, a pretty empty 24 left here on the north side.
ATIS information, echo current LA ultimate 3004 ATIS echo.
Oh, Adrian is saying this is the last A380 ever built. Oh, interesting. And we had the last 757. Was that the one that came from, was that the Boston flight? The Delta? Adrian, one of our great mods, is saying this is the last A380 ever built. Of course, I went to Emirates. Taking the bridge route over there to the south side for the A380 Super. We'll see that take off here back on the north side 2 to 3 hours from now. 377 Pete 4 with the $3.80 super chat. Thanks so much, Pete. This is paying the A380 tax. Thank you, Pete. I got Singapore, the 777-300ER heading back to Tokyo Narita, continuing on to Singapore, heading up here for north side at takeoff. A lot of sirens. Air Canada, Airbus A220-300 Kevin from Vancouver, flight 554, just 5 minutes out. Beep beep. As we approach the top of the hour, friendly reminder, if you guys haven't yet, make sure to hit that like button, feed the base, subscribe if you're new, and make sure your notifications are all up to date. Our next live broadcast will be back here at LAX on the Thursday for the show high atop the H Hotel. Then we'll be back for the big Sunday show starting at 10 a.m. on Sunday. Of course, you're supposed to be in San Diego today, but unfortunately a deadly crash on the 405 freeway just made the traffic backing up for miles and miles and miles. Like I said, I probably would have just been getting there just about now. It happens. 3 lanes of traffic, though. I mean, a very serious, deadly accident just outside of Long Beach on the 405 freeway. Certainly in morning traffic, just caused a big headache.
Singapore 11 Heavy, LA Tower, Sunday 24 left, line up and wait.
Waiting for the Singapore, already allowed to line up and wait, 24 left.
Singapore 11 Heavy, LA Tower, and a 24 left, line up and wait.
Maybe. Probably still have ground on. We're now responding to tower. Of course, we're using a different tower frequency here today, 1198. She cannot get a hold of Singapore. Yo, Singapore. Either they're still on ground or the frequency that's not working since Sunday. The tower cannot get in touch with those pilots of Singapore. This is going to allow a Southwest flight to cut in line.
1221 Los Angeles, 2309, runway 24 right to the lane, contact turbulence, heavy 777 departure Tower runway.
Still nothing from those pilots. What do you do at this point? I guess you send ops out there to try to get the attention, right? Now the second controller cannot get in touch with Singapore. Now allowing Delta behind it to take off. There we go.
Welcome, hold short of runway 24.
Welcome. There we go. Finally.
Hold short, runway 24 left.
Hold short, 24 left, turn 554.
Southwest 1180, contact SoCal departure. Delta 914 on out Del Rey, 2309, runway 24 left, at 7 foot takeoff. Takeoff at Echo 7, 24 left, Delta 914. Singapore 11 Heather, runway 24 left, line is away, traffic will cross down, field needs addition for more than a minute.
Copy, traffic line on runway 24 left, at wait, Singapore 1180.
Didn't we have something like this? Kind of like that American. Remember that American diversion here last week? I was at the parking garage last Wednesday, and it was sitting on the taxiway. Remember that? ATC was trying to get a hold of it. This might have to do with the frequency that they normally use for north is not working. Singapore flight 1-1, 12-year-old at 777 at 300ER heading to Tokyo Narita, lined up finally there, 24 left.
Southwest 1221, turn left to Victor, cross runway 24 left, contact ground point 4.
Alright, left on Victor, cross 24 left, staying ground on point 4, so west call 21.
Steve MC 747 says, I did enjoy the JetBlue who needed 60 seconds, and ATC was having nothing of it. Yeah, that was a couple weeks ago. I remember hearing that on the 24/7 streams. What's going on. I don't know if they're doing something with their towers in terms of the frequencies, but since Sunday, the normal North Tower frequency has not been, well, they haven't utilized it. It moved over to the helicopter frequency 1198. It sounds like they changed it for ground as well, so I'm not quite sure what exactly is going on in terms of ATC here at LAX. Well, no rush, apparently. Plane behind it is a flight heading to SFO, Southwest Airlines flight 2406, 737 at 700.
Singapore 11 Heavy on up Del Rey, 2309, runway 24 left, from takeoff.
Runway 24 left, triple takeoff, Singapore 1180.
Skywest, Southwest 2406 off that turn, couple minutes for intro spacing.
Alright, she is not cleared for takeoff.
Skywest 4108 off that tower 2309, runway 24 right, to land. Uniform 11 Heavy, contact SoCal departure. SoCal departure for Heavy, please.
And she is off. And that officially takes us to the top of the hour once again. Just after 1 p.m. here in Los Angeles, California, you are watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting action right here on your home for LAX live streams. That is right here on Airline Videos Live. It is Tuesday, February 24th, 2026. I am your plane jockey Kevin here at LAX, supposed to be in San Diego here today. But like I've been telling you, we had a little deadly accident on the 405 freeway, which just didn't get me down there today. I tried my best. I was stuck in traffic for at least an hour and a half, going nowhere, and I had to make the call, and so we turned it back here to LAX. So plan B, LAX. I don't think you guys mind. Sit back, relax, a lot more to go. Thanks for tuning in here today. Greg with a $10 super chat. Thanks so much, Greg. Says, joke of the hour. Why did the Scarecrow get an award? He was outstanding in his field. Thank you, Greg. We all need a little laugh. Certainly this week. Any week, any day. Like to laugh. Delta Connection E-Jet up next for arrival. Adrian, is this the first or the last 757 ever produced? Is this her?
Scouts 4108, hold short for 924 left. Hold short 24 left, guys, 4108.
No, not this one. All right.
2406, contact to departure.
I think I see her over there at the gates. Terminal 2.
437 on out Del Rey, wind 24010, runway 24 left, cliff takeoff. RNAV Del Rey, cliff takeoff, 24 left, Delta 437.
This one's an old TWA. Heading to Boston, flight 437 at 27 years of age. Smoky, that's what I like to see. I don't know what it is. I've always, since I've been a kid, I always like to see dirty black smoke come out of buses, trucks, planes. I don't know why.
21 during cross 192 left, contact ground point 65. Okay, not 24 left, ground point 65, guys, going to it.
I told you guys the story that in my hometown, CATA, the bus system, CATA, Capital Area Transportation Authority, they had the old GMC fish bowls. Those smoked pretty good, but when they got the RTSs, so GMC RTS buses in the 80s, that's when it got serious. Boy, those were smoky. And anytime I'd see one, and my dad was driving, and my mom was driving, of course they couldn't drive at that point. I said, catch up to that bus. Get behind that bus. And when it stopped at the light, make sure you're really close to it. And then, you know, the bus everywhere. Black smoke everywhere. Oh, the smell of the Qatar bus. I loved it as a kid. I don't know why. Same thing with Jet A. I told you about when I was a kid, I used to go to Capital City Airport. And the smell of Jet A would just reek everywhere. As you walk through those doors of the airport, it just hit you. And I loved it. That's what really got me into aviation and the airplanes, was that Jet A. Memories. Honoring those that serve. 737 up next. Japan Airlines A350 1000 heading up for north side at takeoff. The flight to Tokyo Haneda. An airline chain gifting 50 airline videos live memberships. Thank you so much, Shane. Awesome support. Can't wait to get back to the TWA hotel there, Jane. Thank you so much, Jane. Plane, Trains, and Things back with a $4 super chat. Thank you so much, Plane, Trains, and Things. That was the 737 MAX 8s honoring those that serve. Well, you know, it wouldn't be a live stream if it didn't follow me, right? Coming in from Seattle, flight 505. No, I'm sorry, that was the 737-800. That was the 800 honoring those that serve. Next arrival is a heavy American Airlines flight 26 coming in from Tokyo Haneda, 787-9 Dreamliner. Reminder that 24 right, which is the runway used for arrivals, will close down between 2 and 3 o'clock. That is only 43 minutes away. 43 minutes away, they're going to close down 24 right for monthly maintenance. So all arrivals and departures will be happening here on the 24 left, which means everything will be flying over our heads, just like San Diego. There's a Korean Air Queen heading here.
55 on up Delray, wind 24010, runway 24 left, click takeoff.
So the Green Air Queen, flight 11, 13 minutes away, so that will not be flying over our head.
24 left, line for weight, traffic will cross downfield.
That is wearing the updated livery.
26 heavy, hold short, 24 left.
Hold short, 24 left, 26
Thank you, Ryan. Ryan let me know that my America West 737-100 Phoenix Suns model is on its way. Thank you so much, Ryan. Pleasure doing business with you, Ryan. Japan Airlines A350-1000, the flight heading back to Tokyo Haneda, flight 1 to 5, lining up, waiting, 24 left.
Ready 26 heavy cross, 24 left, at the ground point 4.
Cross, Cuba left, ground point 4, American 26 heavy.
Air Canada 555, subject for departure.
Over to SoCal again, the 565, yeah.
We call this the Punch Express. Punch the Monkey Express. Everyone heading to Tokyo to go see Punch. Lines way out the door. If you're going to go head to Tokyo to go see Punch, you're going to be waiting in long lines there at that zoo. I can't wait for the Pixar movie to come out. You want to talk about an instant classic for Pixar? An animated version of Punch and his orangutan stuffed animal. I'd be lining up to go see that. Renat, hey Renat, says I like the look of the Japan Airlines A350 better than the Dreamliner. I think I have to agree with you on that one. Do you guys remember Japan Airlines? They had it back. I can't remember if they still had it when we started broadcasting, but I have some video. Remember the boy band that they had? I think it was Hawaiian, the boy band. Remember they had all their heads on the side of the Dreamliner? We need more like that. Another Delta 767 heading down Echo. We'll be taking off 24 left. This one also heading to JFK, flight 939.
Delta 939, heavy left edge tower, waiting for 2 after 5 complex, and 2 for left line for wait.
For left line, wait, Delta 939.
Almost 1740 cross, and 2 for left contact ground point 4.
Crossing 2 for left contact ground, over ground, southwest, 1740.
Heading out to JFK. yesterday. We need an AVL livery, Brian says, on the Japan Airlines.
LSR Japan 15 Heavy, approaching 5,000 feet. Japan 15 Heavy, contact SOGA departure.
It might be a little hard.
Japan 15 Heavy.
Remember the Korean Air 777 300ER that had the boy band? I think we caught that on our live streams in the early days. What happened to all the boy bands? The liveries, they're all long gone. You know, that is one amazing thing about it. Every year that we do this, you know, there's so much that stays the same, but it's the little things like that, these liveries that come and go, and we don't even think of them. But we have them to go back and look at forever thanks to YouTube. Spencer with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Spencer. Says, hey, Kevin, I got news for everyone. Today on Sunday night, got an email from work. I'm on my way back to LAX right now on Delta Flight 422, due in at 3:02 p.m. today. Will you be able to get my flight when we land today? It should be. Usually it's a north side arrival. Well, hope your flight is doing well. Say hello to everyone on the crew for me. Just do it. Just shout out and say, hey, Plane Jockey Kevin says hello. Drinks are on him. No, I'm joking. Thank you, Spencer. We'll see you a little bit later as you pass by us. Ron and Linda back with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Ron and Linda. Says, today, Kevin, still have your RTS bus model? I sure do. Please explain that Docker and Del Rey. For those who don't know, I fueled aircraft for 8 weeks in 1994. Jet A. Ooh, boy.
Del Rey, left 24011, runway 24 left, quick takeoff. 24 left, RNAV, Del Rey, Delta 939 Heavy.
All right, Del Rey, just as I said right now, is the first waypoint named after Marina Del Rey. And of course, Docker is on the south side, named after Dockweiler Beach. So Del Rey here on the north side, named after Marina Del Rey. Docker, named after Dockweiler Beach on the south side. JFK. Yeah, we got some interesting, on the overnight hours, we got some interesting waypoints. Ewok, they're on the south side. And yes, it's named after exactly what you think it is, an Ewok. Like Star Wars Ewok? Yeah. Those furry little things. Next arrival here on the north side, Korean Air Flight 11, coming from Seoul, 747-8 Intercontinental, just 3 minutes out. Arrival. It is a little quiet here at LAX. Of course, you know, we're still in that kind of like weird time before spring break officially starts. Of course, we got the summer season coming up as well as we finish off the last remaining days of February. As we go into March, things will start getting a little bit busier here at LAX. Of course, we'll get back to the Lufthansa A380 at the end of March. Some of those summertime flights will start coming back as well. March, May, we'll be coming back. Austrian, we've got Royal Air Emirates coming for the first time this summer. Air Egypt. So a lot to look forward to here at LAX in the coming months. Right now, we're just kicking away here in the final days of February. Not the busy of all months. Of course, that winter storm on the East Coast slowing things down at every airport. And of course, all the situations going on just south of the border. So it's a little slow here today, but kind of, expected. What are you going to do? But the show must go on. The show must go on. And here we are. So we're all in it together. Wait. No Etihad. We used to have Etihad. They used to fly their 777-300ERs in here. Also, their 777-200 LRs, I believe. I'm surprised that we don't get Etihad back here. I'll be honest with you. Oh, that's right. Condor coming back as well. Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, the French B, Condor, Norse. There's a lot that we're missing. And that's kind of like why we really haven't been doing Nighthawk. It's slow. Slow for many reasons. So if LAX is slow, can you imagine how slow San Diego would have been today? Green Air Flight 101 in the updated livery. Coming in from Seoul, the 747-8 Intercontinental. This will be the only 747-8 that we will see here today, as Lufthansa has not been flying their Frankfurt flights, Flight 456 and the Queen, all month of February. Of course, Sunday is the first day of March, so next week we will be getting the Lufthansa Queen back on Tuesdays. Like that blue. That's interesting. So now that we're on the helicopter frequency, we can actually hear
Charles 1403, lost finish, turn right 24 left on
Other-
runway.
4 left on voice, 1403.
Other communications with helicopters and whatnot that we normally wouldn't hear on the tower frequency. So that sounded like a helicopter that was checking in with the North Tower. Sounded like Philippine. I was like, wait, what? Philippine Airlines? This flight heading to Salt Lake City, flight 1403 is 737-800.
Train 011 heavy contact ground point 4.
All right, less than a half an hour out, and they're going to close down to 24 right for the monthly maintenance, which will, of course, it's not very busy here today. We'll see how many flyovers we have.
LA Cloud Train 011.
Grand 011, turn left on the taxiway exit to clear the runway. Contact ground 121.4.
Yeah, that's on Echo. Sorry, again on 114.
Seems to me like the frequency issues going on here at LAX is causing a little confusion with some of the flight crews, especially international flight crews.
South 1403 on Del Rey, 125.010, runway 24 left, up takeoff.
On Del Rey, 24 left, up takeoff on 14.
Korean making that turn onto Echo. We'll head to the gates of Tom Bradley. Greg asking, how did they close the runway? Well, they just put a big X up. Actually, they don't even put the X up. It's only closed for an hour. They do this at the end of the month. So tomorrow they'll close down to 24 left. For an hour between 2 and 3. It's done every month. KLM Flight 602, the Dreamliner heading back to Amsterdam, pushing back from the west gates.
Tower 1403, contact hotel departure.
Departure, 1403.
1.3 thousand likes. Thanks, you guys. If you haven't yet, make sure to hit the like button. Feed the beast, as we call it. I think we have a lot of new viewers here on the channel in the last few weeks. Thanks, you guys, for dropping in. .309 Aviation there in the chassis. Good day, Kevin. Missing LA a lot lately. It's been a bit over a year since I left the city. Thanks for the streams. Makes me feel like I'm home. Well, our pleasure. All right, we got KLM heading up here for north side takeoff. No arrivals, so all eyes there on the taxiways. Ah, Russell. Really, Russell? My friend Russell says, Kevin, got you covered. I'm having an NBA A380 delivered to the hill soon on Sunday. Well, thank you, Russell. Like I said, that was in my, it's probably still in my box there at the airplane shop. But instead I went for the 2 Southwest special liveries. The Queen making her way to the gates, making that turn. side at takeoff. That right hand turn onto Echo, head down here. Allison also reminding you guys about our 5-year anniversary party coming up on April 10th. She did post a link for the tickets there in the chat. I think we're down, what are we down to, like 20 something? Sold a lot of tickets on Sunday's show, so we're down to the last 20 or so tickets. And here we are just at the end of February. The party is on April 10th, Friday, April 10th. It is a ticketed event. There'll be a lot of people there. We can't wait. It's going to be a lot of fun. A lot of goodies to hand out as well. So if you're thinking about coming, then make sure to grab a ticket sooner than later because they will sell out. I know Lyric, the Game Boy, says it's cloudy here in LA. It was sunny about an hour ago. Isn't it crazy?
2267 on out Del Rey with 23010
I think I'd rather take this Lyric. I don't know. It was getting a little hot and steamy there earlier. There wasn't any wind. It was a stagnant, just hot sun beating on all the equipment. I'd take this over that sun any second. Carbonado, hello. No, we were going to be in San Diego, but unfortunately there was a deadly accident on the 405 freeway. I was stuck in that traffic, and I was not making any leadway, so I had to make a call and say, instead of getting to San Diego by like 1 p.m., I just decided to make a U-turn and head back here to LAX to get the show on by 11. So no San Diego here today. We'll get back there. All right, KLM, this is actually one of the main reasons why we're going to San Diego is to see KLM take off and arrive back in San Diego. Of course, we've had KLM here on the north side all day here at LAX. Of course, this is a 787-10 Dreamliner.
2309, runway 24 left, clip takeoff. On a better lake, lift takeoff, 24 left, go, take your ahead.
It's a yearly service now for KLM there in San Diego, not just seasonal.
About 2267, contact third departure. Over departure, Doug 2267.
This is the crew's getting ready. Is that guy dancing? I think they're getting ready. Head over there to 24 right. Here in 24 left, southwest, flight 4118 heading to Sacramento is 737-800. Do have Cathay Pacific, flight 885. This flight was running late here today. scheduled departure was 10:55. Here it is 1:43. Now pushing back from the west gates. Should head up here for north side at takeoff. Alyssa M with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Alyssa. Hello, Kevin. Thanks for the amazing streams from LAX. Both Rick and I have been enjoying every single show since the day we subscribed to AVL. Well, thanks, you guys. Hello, Rick. Thank you, Alyssa. In the chat right now, you may be watching, it may not be in the chat. How many of you guys in the chat were watching me on TikTok before today's stream? Is there anybody that was watching TikTok with my little Q&A until I got booted? Anybody in the chat? Just raise your hand, say, I saw you in the TikTok.
24011, runway 24 left, clip takeoff.
24 left, clear pickup, 7001.
2692, all set, turn at 24 left, on up away. Fully 24 left, 2692.
There is the Cathay heading up here for north and side at takeoff. I take that as a no. Oh, it looks like, well, I don't know. Is it going the Delta, or is it going to make that turn? No, there's no one in the chat right now that was on TikTok earlier. Interesting. Alright, so it looks like Cathay heading to the south side. Well, you didn't miss anything. Apparently I got in trouble by TikTok again today, so whatever. I guess I have to be selling shoes on TikTok to be successful on TikTok. Why every time I go through my feed, someone's selling shoes? Can I get the highest bidder on women's size 8 Nikes, please? I didn't realize that was the thing. This flight heading to JFK. Good news for JetBlue. Flight 724, A321. I got in trouble by TikTok because apparently I said I mentioned either two things. That's there was only two things I mentioned. Someone asked about my shirt. You know, you love the Holy Moly shirt. I said, you can get this at shopavl.com. That's all I said. So it was either that or the fact that I kept on saying, I'm getting ready for my YouTube show. I'm getting ready for my YouTube show. One of those words triggered TikTok, and basically a thing came on the screen that said, your reach has now been limited because you have now talked about a link not connected to TikTok. So I don't know which one it was, YouTube or Shop AVL. So now I'm in the doghouse again by TikTok. Well, you know what? They're in my doghouse. This flight heading to El Paso, 737-800, flight 3495. Oh, talking about YouTube triggers TikTok. Well, that's going to be a problem. coming over one of these Delta A350s back to the gate. God, we have not had any arrivals here on the north side in what, 10, 15 minutes? Our next one is Delta Flight 1643 coming in from Seattle, 737-800. Varela 79 says, yeah, you have to say the red play button platform. Are you serious? You know what? I have a lot of pride in what I do. And of course, our home here is on YouTube. That is my main focus, is YouTube. If a platform, and I've said this earlier, if a platform out there, TikTok, has a problem with creators announcing where their home base is, then I don't belong on that platform. That's plain and simple. And I'll tell that to the agency. I don't believe in censorship, and that is complete 100% censorship on the behalf of that social media app. I don't play that game, and no one should. And I'll talk more about it. I'll make a bigger issue. Long Island Johnny. Here's Johnny.
2551 on FL Airline 24012, runway 24 left, clip takeoff. On FL 24 left, clip takeoff.
Now, a lot of you guys say I don't do TikTok. Here's the thing. I don't want to do TikTok. I really don't. My agency that we work with told me last week that the top 3 social media apps is YouTube, number 1, number 2, Instagram, which I kind of have a issue with because they don't pay anybody, and number 3, TikTok. And they didn't care about Facebook, and they didn't care about Twitter X. So I was like, I looked at that and said, all right, well, maybe I need to pay a little bit more attention to TikTok if it's the top 3. But then here again, I go to the top 3, social media apps, and then they treat your Plane Jockey Kevin not very well. I don't appreciate that. All right, let's go to our first arrival in a long time as we approach the 2 o'clock hour. This flight coming in from Seattle. The whole infighting between Apple and Android. You know, you could, back in the day, now you can. Back in the day, remember, if you wanted to send a message, a text message, especially like a video that you shot on your iPhone and you tried to send it to an Android phone, first of all, sometimes it wouldn't even do it, and then second of all, it would just compress it, so it wasn't a very good quality. Now you can do like the whole airdrop thing, but gosh, for the longest time there was so much infighting between Android and Apple that, we, the consumers, were in the middle of their fighting, and I think it's ridiculous. Well, maybe that flight isn't heading to JFK. It's been sitting there on that taxiway Echo here on the north side, that JetBlue flight.
Skyline 4473, Los Angeles, Tower 24012, runway 24 right for the land.
Rob 6155 with the $10 super chat. Thanks so much, Rob. Says, hey Kevin and Avia family, I just want to give a shout out to Jerry and Jilly at Big Jet TV. Jerry is struggling with some scary side effects from his recent surgery. Please keep him and Jilly in your prayers. Yes, indeed. We've talked about that a few times here on the broadcast here today. Certainly send your prayers and our thoughts to Jerry and Jilly. Some very scary side effects related to his heart surgery.
2111 Los Angeles, Tower 24011, runway 24 right for the left. Los Angeles, Tower 24 left to line up and wait, tropical cross down field, game position for more than a minute. 24 left, line up and wait, Skylab 3842.
If Jilly posts any update while we're live here today, let me know, or the mods know, so I can relay the message. Now let's go to our next arrival as that JetBlue flight finally heads to 24 left. Delta Connection E-Jet, SkyWest up next.
For the harbor, take up the call sign.
SkyWest, flight 4473. Next, E-Jet, Alaska Horizon, flight 2111, coming up from SFO. Approaching the 2 o'clock hour, they will close down the 24 rights for monthly maintenance, pushing all arrivals to 24 left. All arrivals and departures 24 left between the hours of 2 and 3 p.m. here on the north side. Oh, Joni, I just saw your super chat. Really? You want me to go there, Joni? Some of these stories, trust me, I have a lot of stories like that, Joni. I'm trying to think which one is PG enough to talk about. All right, the JetBlue flight heading to JFK. Now lining up 24 left.
126 after Los Angeles, turn south to hold the front tire, Bravo, heavy aircraft, Airbus 321, flight 24010, runway 24 left for the line.
All right, here we go. All right, did you just hear that? On the pond, the Dreamliner will be our first arrival on the 24 left. So we'll start with a heavy arrival. I'm sitting here smiling. Some of these stories, Joni, I have hopped on the 24-hour live broadcast. I think some of these. I mean, you're asking, and I'll put your super chat up here in a second, but you're asking to give you chills or the creeps. Oh yeah, I got the chills and the creeps on many stories. Doggy Pam says we don't need the stories to be PG. All right, maybe I can tell this one story in a non-so-graphic way. I'm gonna have to. All right, possibly a double landing here on the north side, just slightly. We do have an arrival on 24 left. That E-jet heading to 24 left, and then on the pond heading here to 24 left for the Dreamliner, 24 right for that E-jet. It's the closest thing to SFO you're going to see all day. E-jet heading to 24 right, which will be officially closed after that arrival. And our first arrival on the pond, coming from Tokyo Haneda, the Dreamliner. So we give a little SFO, a little San Diego vibes here at LAX.
Embraer will hold flight arrival at 240 1124 left for the landing.
There we go. Didn't give you San Diego today, but now we're giving you the San Diego vibe with the flyovers.
126 heavy, turn left at Victor, turn left on Echo.
And next, arrival on 24 left, Southwest, flight 4536, coming in from Vegas, 737-700. E-jet heading to Reno.
3695, Whiskey Cross, 194 left, contact ground point 4. Alright, we'll cross, let's pull up to Whiskey, ground point 4, so it's 3695. Alright, 2111. At Victor Cross, runway 24 left, contact ground 121.4.
It's amazing. Things just got really busy here on the north side, just as they closed down to 24 right. All right, so they're going to allow two E-jets to cross over as the E-jet waits there. Timing should be okay. Cargo flight 2537 will be heading to the south side. 777 freighter should be flying directly over us here. Alright, so they are now all heading out there 24 right, do their monthly maintenance. So now 24 right, officially closed till the 3 o'clock hour. As we will have now everything here closest to us on 24 left. bring you San Diego views here in LA.
Scout 3902, contact over departure.
Over departure, Cessna ended.
Delta A321 Neo heading to Salt Lake City, flight 1647 up next for takeoff. Try to grab the remnants of that 777 that just flew directly over us, heading to the south side. China Southern Cargo 777 freighter heading to 25 at left.
Delta 1647 Arnab Delray, then 24010, runway 24 left, click takeoff.
Arnab Delray, click takeoff, 4 left, Delta 1647.
A321 Neo heading to Salt Lake City. Delta 76 pushed back. This one also heading to JFK, flight 991. Looks like Virgin heading to the south side. Our next arrival will be Delta Airlines flight 2119 coming from Minneapolis on an A321. Possibly LA Polish Airlines flight 21 coming from Warsaw. Arriving on time, a 787-8 Dreamliner, just 13 minutes out. Looking like it could be a north side arrival. All right, and our friend Joni with the $5 super chat. Story time idea. Has there ever been an interview you or your reporter did that gave you chills or creeps? Yeah, I told you about that one time that I was inside a murderer's house and not knowing that we were inside the actual murderer's house there in Grand Rapids. I've told that story a few times. I'll remember that for the rest of my life. He was not happy that we were there, by the way. I'll save the longer story for another 24-hour Q&A. I don't know. I was going to tell you about another story, and it's kind of, I don't know. I mean, I guess I can say it. It's not really, so to speak, gory, but the premise of it is, all right, Pam said don't be PG. All right, I'm trying to be not so specific. So the same reporter that I went to the murderer's house unknowingly, Tina Ezzedine, we got in a lot of troubles back there in Grand Rapids. I wouldn't say trouble. We just got put in situations that no one else seemed to be put into. We were covering a report of a body, a dead body, and that's all I'll say in terms of goriness. A dead body that was found in the woods outside of some city outside of Grand Rapids. It was somewhere out there, and by the time we got there, the scene had already pretty much been cleared. The body had been removed. The police were doing their investigation. Well, as soon as they left, Tina wanted to do her stand-up, you know, with her microphone saying, "I'm Tina Ezzedine, and WZZM 13 Eyewitness News, you know, report of a body here." So we had to get video. As I was shooting video, Tina finds this spiral notepad on the ground, and she opens it up, and inside were diagrams. Not the reporter's notes, the investigator notes about the crime scene were inside the spiral book. They left it. They left all the information that they had gathered for that crime scene, left it in the spiral book for us to find. Can you believe that? You know, I tell these stories, and I know most of you guys are like, yeah, right. Well, we eventually called the sheriff, I think it was the sheriff's department, and said, you guys, oops, you forgot something. Yeah. A lot of crazy things happening in Grand Rapids. That's one of those markets. It was my early years of TV news, and just a lot of bizarre stuff happening. I think that's where the majority of my good stories come from, is from Michigan back in the day. That would have been mid-90s, mid to late 90s. I'm telling you, yeah, I could write a book. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was crazy irresponsible. Yeah. I think when we called the sheriff's department, I think they were like, "You've got to be kidding me. We left that." All right, this Delta 767 at 300ER heading to JFK. Our next arrival is at A321, as it will hold before taking off. Delta Airlines Flight 2119 coming from Minneapolis. 6-year-old A321 up next for arrival. Plane's still flying above our heads. That's the reason why that 767 is holding short.
1668 Los Angeles Tower, tropical hold the front sign, solve a heavy 767, caution late turbulence, runway 24, left clear slab. Left clear land up.
To say, hey, we're in San Diego, the flyover's happening. All right, the 767 heading to JFK. also have that Latam Dreamliner pushing back from Terminal 2.
2119, turn left at Victor, turn left off the runway to clear, then contact on 0.65. Left Victor, then another left, Delta 2119, ground 2119, turn left on Echo, ground.
Alright, so this gets a little dicey for ATC. We do have Delta Flight 1668 coming up from SFO, 737-800. Up next, now this is a little dicey situation as that other flight just cleared. You've got 767 lined up, ready to go. And now you got this next one. Will it time out correctly? We'll find out.
6008 Los Angeles, Tower 24011, runway 24 left, cleared to land.
Be good. By the controller there. Any delay in movement by either the 767 or that flight that landed before would have caused a go-around for sure. There was basically not too much wiggle room on that one. United Express, SkyWest Flight 6008 coming from Haley. EJet up next, followed by LOT, Polish Airlines, the Dreamliner. Jeffrey Hines with the $10 super chat. Thanks so much, Jeffrey. So, good afternoon, Kevin. The wife and I are heading to Phoenix in July for a vacation. Do you need to pay to plane spot in either Terminal 3 or 4 parking garage? So if you're driving up, yeah, you'll have to pay for the hourly rate. The other thing is you can take the SkyTrain in from off property if you don't have a car. If you don't have a car, you don't have to pay. Basically, the thing is, you can go up there. You can walk up there with your camera. They don't mind. It's not like San Diego where you can't just walk in. They want you to pay the $18 for the car because they want to make money. Phoenix Sky Harbor, they welcome plane spotters. You don't have to have your car. You can walk up there, use the SkyTrain in, or whatever it may be. So hopefully that helps. Have a great time. Definitely stay on level 7 and 6. The level 8 and 9 are a little higher up, and of course in the sun. Of course, Terminal 3 also a great place to plane spot as well. EJet coming up next, followed by that Dreamliner coming from Warsaw.
3, clear Los Angeles, Bravo 6, out of 500 feet, remain east of Western of Alpha. East of Western of Alpha.
By the way, it's the same thing in terms of plane spotting here at the parking garage where I'm at today. You can walk up with your camera. They don't mind. You don't have to pay the parking fee to come up here and plane spot. It's just if you're bringing a car anywhere, you're going to have to pay for the parking of that car. But in terms of just bringing your own body with your camera, the only place you can't do that here in the places that we've been at is San Diego, the parking garage, Laurel parking garage. As they try to make money, and I don't blame them. Greg, the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Greg. Says, well, with the state of this right now, you could say it's like San Diego. So it all worked out in a way. Well, that's what I was saying there, Craig. And then we had the two landings at the same time on 2-4 left, 2-4 right. So it was kind of like San Fran vibes as well. So not too bad. All right, who's ready for another Dreamliner? Long Polish Airlines, the Dreamliner Kevin from Warsaw. Up next, arrival 2-4 left.
Wind 25010.
Dreamliner says, I'm headed north. We'll be taking off on the south side. Whatever great mods, Michelle RS, gifting 5 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Michelle. You know, on Sunday's show, we were talking about Gerard, one of our great mods, being the first, out of all of our mods that we currently have on this show, Gerard is the oldest mod in terms of being on here the longest. I think, Michelle, you're like number 3, if I'm not mistaken. Michelle has been a mod here for AVL since, I think it was June or July of 2021. So not too far after we started. I think it goes Gerard, Aviation Mike, Michelle.
Alaska 1315, RNAV Del Rey, wind 25010,
Allison?
24 left, let's take off.
I know I gotta go back up that list. Things have slowed down a little in terms of arrivals here on the north side. That is Alaska Airlines Flight 1315 heading to Portland and now rolling down at 24 left. Ocho Rats is after Michelle. Thank you, Pam, with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Pam. Says now if YouTube dings you for inappropriate story, it will be my fault. No, that was harmless. You kidding me, Pam? All right, I think Spencer, flight 422, just 16 minutes out, aiming for a north side arrival. We'll be heading here to the north side. Be flying directly over us. How do you like that, Spencer? Where was that list? Let's see. Where did you guys post that? Random. But you guys post a lot of stuff. Oh, here we go. All right, as we wait for more action here on the north side. So I'm looking at the list of all of our mods. All right. Gerard, definitely, he was from the beginning. Aviation Mike came on board in May of 2021. So he's number 2. Michelle came in June of 2021. Michelle, I think you're number 3. Then Allison in September of 2022. Vince Las Vegas, no, Beve, September 2022. So that's 5, so 4, 5. Vince Las Vegas in July of 2023. Joe Ratz was somewhere around Michelle. Soul Surgeon Emily, January 2024. Danny Düsseldorf, September 2023. And then we have a lot of newer mods as well. So a lot of our mods have been around for quite some time. Give it up for our mod squad. That's right, audience. That's right. Thanks, you guys. I don't know how you do it. I could never be a mod. All right, well, work continues over there on 24 right. Kevin announcing seniorities. Oh, yeah, we had a lot. I was talking about that on Sunday with Rudy and you guys. I mean, we had a lot of mods. At one point, we had like 21 mods. The mod situation was out of control. It really was. There was some infighting between the mods. So, yeah, there was some history with the mod situation, but our mod situation now has never been better. And I brought that up on Sunday because we were talking about, you know, we get a lot of requests of people wanting to be mods here on the channel, and I always talk about, well, nowadays, it's like I gotta like basically take you out to dinner and get your social security number and run a background check and do all this stuff. I'm joking, but not kind of serious, because back in the day when it first started, there was no other aviation live stream here in the US. We were it. So like Gerard being a first mod, I think he said, hey, can I be a mod? I said, sure, whatever that is. And instantly anybody that wouldn't be a mod, I just signed them up to be a mod. That's why we had so many mods at one point, and then it became a problem. There was a lot of infighting going on with all these different mods, different mod situations, and we kind of looked at that and said, do we really need all these mods? And basically, if you're a mod for the channel and you come in here with any drama, you're out. And so a lot of them left on their own, went to other channels and whatnot, and there was some of them left our channel, said, I respect you, Kevin, you're the greatest, I will never talk negative about you. Within a week, they were out on other channels bad-mouthing AVL, and it still goes on to this day. So they should have never been a mod here on the channel. I don't know what their intentions were, but we made the right call by letting them loose. But that is why, you know, we get a lot of requests for being mod anymore, and it's just like I said, I really have to get to know you because we just don't let anybody come in anymore. The intentions of some people out there, certainly in the aviation live stream area, is just, I don't know what the intentions are, but some of them are not good, and so we have to be very careful about who we allow in. But we have the best mod situation that we've ever had here on the channel now. And you know what? Props to Jerry. You know, we've been talking and sending prayers to Big Chat Jerry all morning and afternoon. And, you know, there was one thing that Jerry said to me a long time ago after we got done with the podcast. I did a podcast with Jerry in the early days of our podcast. Go back and listen to it. Jerry and Jilly were on there. And this was not the Plane Jockey Live. Remember, we had them on the show when I was still recovering from my arm surgery, and I was doing those live streams from the office. I had Jerry and Chili on that show as well. But back in the day when we did the podcast, I had Jerry and Chili do the audio podcast, and after that podcast was done, Jerry and I were just kind of like, you know, talking about, you know, situations with the channels and everything. And he's, you know, he had his issues with certain people that came into his channel, and I was having some issues with certain people on our channel as well. And there was one thing that he said to me that really, to this day, I still hold and value what he said. He said, you have to be very careful who you allow into your channel. You have to be, you cannot allow everyone and their mother into your channel. In terms of behind the scenes, you got to be very careful about that. And when he told me that, it really woke me up, and that's when things started changing a little bit with behind the scenes with certain people here on the AVL. And I gotta tell you, the channel has never been better since those decisions were made years ago. It will all be in the book one day. All in the book. And then 1987 becoming a gold member once again. Thank you. I don't think I've seen this tail before. That's perfect for that tail. Fits it perfectly. Frontier heading to Seattle. Cactus the Coyote livery. Well, they do have a coyote on a tail. It's a good looking coyote. I haven't seen a Coyote look that good. Not here in Southern California. Uh-oh, what's going on over here? Must be some serious conversation. Yeah, you're blocking.
Runway 2 for left, clear for takeoff.
JAL A380, runway 2 for left, clear for takeoff, first flight,
Joni asking, do I have a Coyote story? Of course I got a Coyote story, Joni. I got a story for everything. You want to hear my Coyote story now? Arrivals here on the north side. Of course, 24 right is still closed down for another half an hour. Let me look at the radar. It looks like we have an E-Jet heading our way. Delta Airlines flight 2621 coming up from San Jose, an A319. Next arrival. Spirit flight 1636, an holiday sweater livery coming in from Vegas, A320 heading to the south side. Maybe we'll turn around and head back here to the north. David Crawford, becoming a silver member. Thank you, David. Welcome to the channel.
2621 LA Tower, runway 24 left, clear line. Clear line 24 left.
I got time for a Coyote story if you want it. I think I have talked about it before. It involves good old Sammy. All right, Spencer on the downwind leg. All right, picture it. what year was that? 2018. 2018. Burbank, California, the hours of 12:30 a.m. Not a soul on the streets there in Burbank. Now, I used to live not too far from Griffith Park, which is the big mountainous area, the big park here in Southern California in LA. I lived on the other side, on the Burbank side, so that would be on the north side. The LA River kind of runs through that as well. Not too far from Warner Brothers Studios. On the other side of the freeway was the old NBC studios. So I used to live on Riverside, which was a two-lane road that kind of came through the equestrian neighborhood there through Burbank. At night, it gets very kind of dark and very quiet. And of course, the hours that I used to work with at Fox 11, I'd get home at like midnight, sometimes 12:30 in the morning. And of course, Sammy needed to go for a walk. So Sammy and I are going up for a walk. It's about 12:30, maybe 12:45 in the morning. There's not a car driving down Riverside. I'm right on the corner of Riverside, and I can't remember what the other street was. I'm on my phone. I'm doing this. I've got Sammy, the leash in my left, and I'm doing this on my phone. Yeah, Sammy, do your business. And next thing I know, I look over, and there's a coyote, a small coyote, right next to Sammy. Drop the phone, and I go down and I pick him up, and I start yelling at the coyote, "Get out of here! Get out of here! Get out of here!" And of course, he was scared. He was a young coyote. He was coming. He wanted to have a late night snack with Sammy. And thankfully, I grabbed him and we ran. There was a side entrance to the parking garage. But before that, I looked. There was two older coyotes. They were in the middle of Riverside. They were kind of seeing how this young coyote was going to do with this little dog. So there was backup. Two older coyotes watching what was going on. So my heart was pretty much racing out of my chest, you can imagine. All right, so let's go to our next arrival. Sammy was like, what's the big deal? Another Frontier A321 that looks like a Neo up next. The Walrus. Is that a Walrus? No. What is that? Manatee. Hugh the Manatee heading to Denver, an A321 Neo. That flight coming in from San Jose, that A319. Up next, Spencer's flights, flight 422. Coming in from Honolulu. Spencer's going to be flying directly over my head. How you like that, Spencer?
4346 on FL Ray, runway 24 left, clear to take off.
On FL Ray, clear to take off, 24 left, up here, 4340.
Oh, there you guys. You guys get to use the Sammy emoji. To the east. Delta coming in from Honolulu, flight 422, carrying our friend Spencer. Welcome home, Spencer.
Delta 422, 2 left turns on to Echo, contact route 114.
Roger, 2 turn to Echo, 21.4, that's 14.
R2 with the $5 super chat. Confusing and kind of interesting math, artillery, and ballistic trajectory. Yeah, it's, like I said, over my head, Alvador. Have fun with that. Timmy 360 with the $5 super chat. Good to see you, Timmy. Says hi from Monterey Park. Flew to LAX yesterday. Was anxious with global entry down, but customs only took about 5 minutes. Thanks for a great show. Actually, they never closed it down. They said they were going to me, and then they basically reopened the TSA pre-check and global entry. So glad you're back. Glad you made it back. Hope you had a great trip. Governor back with the $5 super chat. Factors to go on trajectory of a shell is angle of the cannon, elevation, curvature of the earth, and wind speed. Are you learning something over there, Elvinor? Spencer just flew over our head with a $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Spencer. Thank you, Kevin, for showing my flights. Oh, my pleasure. Please show the crew. Next, Romulus United Airlines flight 1506 coming up from SFO, a 737 at MAX 8. Be followed by Southwest flight 4929, 737-800, 5 minutes out. Hawaiian flights 810 coming up from Honolulu, A330-200, also looking like it is going to fly over our heads. We'll still be arriving under that 3 o'clock deadline. This is that United flight coming up from SFO, our next flyover. Heathrow, American Airlines flight 137 at 777-200ER, possibly north side arrival as well. Up next is a Southwest flight coming up from Dallas Love Field, flight 4929 at 737-800, followed by Delta flight 2678. 737-900ER coming from Vegas, flight 26. I just said the flight number, Kevin. Oh boy. Kevin's fighting with himself right now. Kevin, you just said the flight number. Oh, you're right, Kevin. Swing the camera back out to the east next to arrival.
2678 LA Tower, runway 24 right. I'm sorry, 24 left, 24 left, clear line. 24 left, clear line, up 2670.
We'll be back. Of course, we're not done here today, but I just want to remind you, we'll be back high atop the H Hotel. That is the 12th floor patio deck up there. That is the corner that we usually broadcast from. I'll be there on Thursday. 11 a.m. start time. As you can see, that patio deck goes all the way facing the east, giving you some great shots up there. Friend Joni back with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Joni. Says, just before you told the Sammy story, Bruce, that's Joni's husband, yells from the kitchen, "Are you bugging Kevin again?" No, Bruce, it's okay. Joni's helping me fill airtime here today. It's a it's a trade secret, Bruce. All right, up next is the Delta flight coming in from Vegas, 737-900ER, followed by American Eagle, flight 6303, coming in from Vancouver on an E-Jet, followed by, I think, another E-Jet, but we do have that American 777 also heading toward us here on the north. Yes, the H Hotel show is on Thursday. Back to Thursday this week.
Victor Echo ground point 4. Left turn Victor Echo land ground point 4. That's what I was like.
Okay, so it looks like we got two heavies. Still going to be flying above us here before the 3 o'clock hour ends. Our next one is that E-Jet coming in from Vancouver, American Eagle, SkyWest Flight 6303, followed by United Express, SkyWest Flight 5307, coming from Fresno in an E-Jet, followed by an American 777, 200 ER, coming in from London Heathrow, Flight 137. OMG. Look at... I'm sitting there, I'm reading flight radar, and the lens broke out of these glasses. This is why I buy $20 Target glasses. And maybe that's why they break. Allison, I think that's my sign to go buy the Ray-Ban Meta glasses. What do you say? They literally just broke. I could hear it crack. I wasn't even doing anything. I was just reading flight radar and crack, pop. Those Meta glasses, transitions. Will they break like these? Those are expensive. Those are like almost $500 glasses. I can't have $500 sunglasses break. I'm telling you, I don't treat them badly. I will say, I think this is a Target special, and I do believe that I have bought. Maybe I should take these to Target and complain. I think this is the 5th version of these sunglasses that I bought in the last year. The red ones, the red with the black, they just crack like that. See, that's what happened. You see the crack? It just. I want my money back. I think I'm going to have to go for the Ray-Ban. Because the Target special is not working. Are we doing that American 777 at 200 ER coming from London Heathrow, number 2 for arrival, 24 left. Ducky Pam asking, how am I storing them? Just on the counter. I just throw them on. Well, I mean, I put them on the counter. I don't throw them. Maybe I throw them. That'll be a lot nicer to a Ray-Ban $500 glass. But I'm thinking about those Ray-Bans because you can go live from your glasses. You can take a video. To me, sometimes for security reasons, walking around, I sometimes feel like I want to grab my phone and take a photo or a video, and sometimes you just tell your sunglasses, take a video. All right, this flight coming in from London Heathrow. Up next, Air Canada Flight 787 coming in from Toronto, a 737 MAX 8 will be followed by United. Hey! Oh no, this is an A320 coming in from Sacramento. I was going to say we have a Kermit coming up, but actually it's an A320. We might have a Kermit, I don't know. Spencer back with a $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Spencer. So my flight crew goes to Haneda in the morning, and then to Honolulu. Oh boy. Hopefully they get some rest there. All right, Air Canada up next.
United 1759 City.
1759 Tower, runway 24 left for the land.
Third line 24 left, United 1759.
United A320, followed by Hawaiian A330. Greg back with an awesome $20 super chat. Thanks so much, Greg.
787 left on Whiskey and then left on Echo.
Yeah, I say with the Ray-Ban and Meta glasses, at least that can be a write-off, right? Business expense. All right, it takes video. I could do live streams. That's a business expense, right? This Delta 767 at 300ER heading our way, heading to Kona, flight 311. Spot the crewman on this A320. Let me know if you guys see Kermit the Frog. Yeah, I see it. guys see it? Whee! Last minute wheelie. You guys all saw it? All right. Thankfully, I'm not going crazy.
1759, turn left.
All right, so that flight to Kona will hold short as our next arrival is that Hawaiian A330 coming up from Honolulu.
Three level heavy, one more level, which will hold short number 24 left. Short 24 left, 3 level heavy.
As we get close to 3 o'clock, that is the time. Well, actually, it's after 3, so this might be our last. This is probably our last arrival on 24 left. It is currently 3:05, so 24 right should be reopened. We'll end it with this A330-200. Arrivals from here on out. We'll be back on 24 right.
Off the runway and then a right turn on Echo.
That's off the runway, right turn Echo.
26-year-old 767-300ER delivered in June of 1999. Air Portugal. Ooh, there would have been a really. There's actually. I hate to say this, but there's a really cool 737-700 coming in from Vegas. Number 2 for arrival. Oh boy. You can see it on our 24/7 live streams. The Kaiser Air and the Vegas Golden Knights livery, flight 613. Number 2 for arrival on the south side. That would have been nice as a north side arrival.
Yeah, 5931 LA Tower on the 24 right for the land. departure Aloha.
Aloha, Delta 311 Heavy, take it easy.
We got our first arrival back on the 24 Ryan Delta A319 short final. Wasn't too bad of the flyovers here today. Got I'd say at least 5 heavies. Not too bad. All right, that takes us to the top of the hour once again. Just after 3 p.m. here in Los Angeles, California, you are watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane and spotting action. Right here on your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. It is Tuesday, February 24th, 2026. Kevin's sunglasses are broke. As we continue on here to the 3 o'clock hour, should see the Emirates A380 taking off. We also have the Asiana A380 on its way in for arrival. So sit back, relax. We're not done yet. Oh no, my sunglasses might be. Throwing away the Korean Air Queen over there to the remote gates. Of course, that was flight 11 earlier. We're in the updated livery. Looks like we also have the Lufthansa A350-900 coming from Munich, flight 452, number 2 for arrival here on the north side. I wish we would have had that Golden Knights here on the north side. And coming in from Vegas, there was a decent chance. Of course, it's probably heading to Atlantic Aviation there on the south side, or Signature. Next arrival, United Express, SkyWest, flight 5659, coming in from Seattle. It's an E-Jet, followed by the Lufthansa A350. Next A380 arrival just over downtown. Oh, Greg says that $20 was meant to be your money back for the glasses. Thank you, Greg. I gotta go to Target later anyway, so hopefully they have them in stock. I'll buy the $20 cheap glasses just to get me by until I get myself committed for the expensive Ray-Bans. Thank you, Greg.
2+24, radar system is frequency change to 2. Yeah.
I'm going to turn the camera back out to the east. The Lufthansa A350. We had the 100-year livery back on the A350, back here in LA. I think it's third time arriving on Sunday for the big Sunday show. Arriving here on the north side, we got a good glimpse of it as it head into the gates of Tom Bradley.
24 left, critical background, 766.
Of course, you guys are telling me that Lufthansa has officially announced that the new A380 with the, well, I shouldn't say new, it's just the updated livery. 100-year livery on that A380. Pictures of it floating around the internets here today. Of course, we'll be getting the Lufthansa A380 back here at LAX at the end of next month. To think, I don't think San Francisco does not have Lufthansa A380 this time of the year either.
It's 11:30, heavy A350, short final pass, white service number 24, right to the land. 24 right, clear land, Head 524, LA, number 24 left on it.
1 wait on 24 left for 524.
Other plane spotters buy the Ray-Bans before your plane jockey Kevin. Yeah, heard it here first. BK Aero 164. You're a smart person. You've been watching the show for a while, I can tell. Hello. Yeah. Spend a lot of money on myself. I certainly am not someone that, not a plane spotter that goes out and spends $5,000 to $10,000 on a Rolex watch. I'm fine with an Apple Watch. On these Frontier A321s today, ones that we haven't seen.
The 452 heavy contact ground 121.4.
There's certain live streamers that flaunt their Rolex watches on the live streams I've seen.
Clear to cross 24 left, ground 0.4,
All right, up next, Asiana Flight 204, the flight coming from Seoul. Flight 204 in the afternoon. You know, we no longer, or well, at least this time of the year, we don't have the first Asiana flight of the day, which usually was a morning flight. It's the only one we have currently.
Southwest 356 away tower, cockpit Kevin Super Bus pursued you, land 2000 runway 2 Boeing 7
So land 24 right, Southwest 356.
Asiana 204 Super Cross, super left and ground 165.
Cross runway 24 left, contact ground 1.65, Asiana 204.
Should have no problem crossover 24 left. Sue Hayes gifting 10 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Sue. Appreciate that awesome support. The Lufthansa A350 heading to Tom Bradley International. See that bus right there? That's the bus that takes you from Terminal 1.5. It takes you to the West Gate. See, look at that awesome plane spotting opportunity by just connecting the terminal. The big queue taking off there on the south side.
Asiana 204 Super.
Emirates heading back to Dubai. Flight 216 pushing back from the gates of Tom Bradley. Sounds like the tower is trying to get a hold of the A380.
Asiana 204 Super.
Tower 204 Super, ground frequency 12165.
Asiana 204 Super. Yeah, the north side is going to be 19.4. I'm sorry, it will be 121.4, but that's okay. Just stay this frequency, turn right on Yankee. Turn right on Yankee, contact on 0.75. Good day.
Right turn on Yankee, contact 12175, Asiana 204.
So we've been talking about it all day. It seems like, at least with the international flights, there's a little confusion on the frequencies. At least that's what I'm gathering here. Adrian, I used to love the Swatch. I used to love the Swatch. Those are expensive. And I think I bought one online, and I wasn't thrilled with it years ago, and so I sent it back. There was one Swatch that I had. It was white, and boy, every time I went to the grocery store, people were always like, "I love your watch." I used to get so many compliments on that watch. And then I went to the Apple Watch. Pretty much stayed with the Apple Watch. For a while there, I wasn't even wearing a watch. And then I got another Apple Watch, only because it's good for me to kind of get alerts. If I don't have my phone near me while I'm running the camera or whatever, it can alert me. So that's why I went back to the Apple Watch. But I like the Swatch. Swatch is pretty cool. Of course, it was a big deal back in the 80s. Nothing too fancy with the Swatch. It's all about the looks. You got the look. Apparently I had the Swatch look. Love that watch. What is that? Oh, this? Oh, it's just a Swatch.
Shuttle 1769 cross, meet people left kind of ground point 65.
Alright, we got Air France heading up here for north side at takeoff. My friend there in Chicago, Linda Kavinsky, gifting 20 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Linda. Wear a Swatch. Remember how popular the Swatches were back in the 80s? Remember the Swatch guards? Remember the guards, the little rubber guards you'd put over the Swatch face? That was such a thing in the 80s. But the guards on the Swatch,
and 2089 cross, meet you left center ground point 65.
Okay, cross left ground point 65, right?
Air France Flight 23 of the 777 at 300 yard, heading down for a north side at takeoff. Next arrival is Alaska Airlines Flight 696, coming up from Seattle, a 737-800. Speedbird heading to the south side. Emirates heading up here for north side at takeoff.
Alaska 696 LA Tower, number 2, 12509, runway 2 right, clear to land.
Number 2, full right, clear to land.
We have a corporate jet up next for arrival. This is Steve. This might be. No, it's not Steve Ballmer's. the Emirates A380 Super making its way up here.
6060 Alpha, hold short up runway 24 left. 4646 on that Delray, 12508, runway 24 left, click for takeoff.
Allison says, I always wanted the watch with the calculator on it. Yeah, that was a big deal in the 80s too. I wanted one of those. Of course, what was I going to do? I wasn't good at math, so I didn't need a calculator watch.
Number 2, and 2508, runway 24, wait, first land.
At the King and making that right-hand turn onto Echo. Air France number 2 for takeoff. This Air France 777-300ER delivered in May of 2004, 21 years of age. Flight 23 heading back to Paris. Air France cleared for takeoff, so those two flights, they're in the distance, going to be waiting to cross over.
Contact, so got a departure.
Yes, it's down 59.
Altimeter 3001, squawk 0265, still Channel Bob, research area 1 and 2, out of 07 feet.
Another corporate chat arriving at 24 right. Emirates still making its way down Echo. Patrick becoming a silver member here today. Welcome to the channel, Patrick. Thank you. Next arrival is a heavy EVA Flight 12 coming in from Taipei at 777-300ER. Almost 2,000 likes here today. Friendly reminder, if you guys haven't yet, make sure to hit that like button, feed the beast as we call it.
Heavy, LA Tower, 12508, runway 248 for time.
Line up and wait for the A380 Super as Eva is our next arrival on the 24 right.
Thank you. Emirates 216 Super, wind 2508, runway 24 left, for takeoff.
Well, that's good. Take off the
Feel a little turn and burn for the A380.
1451, traffic departure.
Departure 1451.
Turning and burning for Emirates. Now rolling down to 24 left. Back up with the A380. Eva will now cross over. 24 left. Michael Fontana gifting one Airline Videos Live membership. Thank you so much, Michael. What do we have? Just under 5 hours. Kevin's been driving around since early this morning. Is there anything on the radar? Air France. TSTU, also gifting 1 Airline Videos Live membership. Thank you so much, TSTU. Delta flight heading to Minneapolis, flight 2190A, A321.
2190, time to keep left on a plate.
I'm thinking about it, Pam. I started my workday at 7:30 this morning. That's when I left the office and I got stuck in traffic. Yeah, the 4.5 does take it out on the best of us. It sure does. Thankfully, my trip back to the office here today is not 3 hours long. Thankfully.
So 2198 on that belly, 250 with fleet, substitute, and then 2 left to pick it up.
On that Delray, 24 left to take off, Delta 2198.
The sun is starting to go down, and I don't have sunglasses, so that sun is going to be right in my eye. I think that's really honestly what's probably going to end it here today, since I no longer have sunglasses.
LA Tower, sitting up 90, holding short of runway 24 left, at Romeo for runway 6.
I'm starting off to the tower, thank you from Romeo, proceeding on runway 24 left.
Proceeding on runway 24 left from Romeo, city up 90.
Do you need to do both runways, or are we just doing 24?
Just 24 left, thank you. City up 90.
There's photograph from the 24 left runway inspection. That's 2198, contact for that approach for Good day, 2198.
All right, I think I'm going to call it a day. It's a little slow here today. All right, coming up on 5 hours. It's been a good show. Before we take off here today, I'd like to give a shout out to our Emerald and Diamond members. here to the parking garage. Well, what turned out to be a day, we should have been in San Diego. Turned out to be, well, plan B turned out just fine here at LAX. Thanks you guys for tuning in here today. We'll be back high atop the H Hotel for Thursday's show starting at 11 a.m. Pacific. 11 a.m. Pacific for Thursday's show, and then we'll be back at 10 a.m. Pacific on Sunday for the big Sunday show. Kevin's going to go get some sunglasses. As my sunglasses are now broke. Oh, boy. Thoughts and prayers to Jerry at Big Jet TV. Hope you're doing all right. I don't think there's been any update, but you guys did send me a photo of him in his hospital bed. He's looking pretty good. He's looking pretty good. So thoughts and prayers heading to Jerry at Big Jet TV, and of course Julie as well. Thanks you guys for your awesome support. Thanks to your great moms, always doing a great job as well. We'll see ya high atop the Edge Hotel for Thursday's show. See ya, LA. Bye-bye. Bring the Kleenex for that. Thanks, you guys. We'll see you on Thursday from high atop the H Hotel. From all of us here at Airline Videos Live. Good night, everyone.